Just making sure everything is working. Ah, look, the cell. The prison cell that Lord Van Zieks himself is trapped in. Let's go. We are doing the trial. So, a lot of things has happened in the investigation. A lot of things has happened. Lord Van Zieks has been the main culprit for murdering Inspector Gregson. Holy shit. I have no words. I legitimately have no words. So, yeah, that happened. Jesus. And then we have to figure out who, if Lord, and we getting more into the past about the professor who murdered people 10 years ago. Turned out to be Kazuma Asogi's father. And there was a connection with Lord Van Zieks because the professor murdered Lord Van Zieks' brother, Clint. And there was also... And, you know, juror number 2 from the last case, she came for Sherlock Holmes's help to find her husband. But... we found out that the husband, who's supposed to be a prison warden for the Baileys, Bailey prison, I think it's called, or Barley prison, I think it's called. But it turns out that he hasn't been working there for 10 years. For 10 years. And the wife doesn't know. Holy shoot. So hopefully this will all unpack in the trial. I'm only going to do the trial today because I feel like it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. 2nd of November, 8:56 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Oh, another thing. Because Lord Van Zieks shall be our defendant, Kazuma Asogi is going to be our prosecutor. He's going to be the prosecutor that we go against. Oh, this is going to be tough. Okay. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. Hi, Lord Van Zieks. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. No, surely. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. Oh no, so it's a private trial. A trial without a jury? Oh, well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Oh, shit. Sherlock! Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Holmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Well, your hair is back to its normal color. Yes, Mr. Holmes. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. I forgot about the little hair problem, Jesus. How? What to one man is a little hair problem? Is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. Just how many potions did you drink? How did you not die? You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. No, I can imagine. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Holmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And are you? I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. Lol. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily recommend you. What an honour. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Yes, thank you, Sherlock Holmes. Thank you. Is it me? Am I the good lawyer? Mr. Holmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. Oh, okay, never mind. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. I can imagine it'll be quite a trial. This trial will have no jury. It's a closed court. It's private. Sorry to barge in. Gina and Mr. Mikotoba. Yes, Professor Mikotoba and the judge from Japan are here as well. So that is a nice surprise. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Which one, Kazuma or me? I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Ah, he's talking about me. Okay, thank you, thank you. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Gina? Otto? Oh, yes, Gina? Why do you agree to this, eh? What are you taking on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him. No, it was him. What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. You are fair enough, Gina. Fair enough. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Oh, but please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. We will do. We will do. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. Aww. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay. We will. We will. You know what? I really can't help but feel like it's the juror number two's husband who she asked Sherlock to look for. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Will do, sir. Will do. All right, then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. Whew, here we go. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. This is too much. This is too much. If this is... If this is second to last case of the game, I feel what the last case would be. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Why Sherlock? Sherlock is a mystery. 2nd of November, 9:20 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, God, it's so weird not seeing the jurors. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak von Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. Yes, Rianuske. Don't falter. The prosecution is more than ready. Okay, he's standing like Lord Van Zieks here. You can easily tell. Oh, poor Susato. She's going through so much tears in this trial already. We've only been here for 20 minutes. Dare you making Susato cry? It is inexcusable. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. I wonder... You know what Kazuma reminds me of? Miles Edgeworth. I wonder if he's Miles Edgeworth's ancestor. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. But by Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Hello, Sharky. Yes, you're right on time. We just started, really. Just to bring you up to speed, this is a closed trial, which means there's no jurors. This is the big deal. How are you? I am doing good. How are you doing today? Hope you got your tea or coffee or beverage or whatever you fancy. No jury examination. This shall be very interesting. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. It's so weird seeing it empty. Oh, God. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? There are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Oh my God, who? Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial indeed. Yep, already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect of these proceedings on which I must elaborate. Oh God, not Lord Strongheart. Is he going to be here? The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. Well, no, don't put it that way. Jesus. The government been getting suspicious lately with too many not guilty verdicts. Probably. Not only that, but this involves Barak von Zieks as a defendant. But also it involves the murder of Inspector Gregson, who is... You know who Inspector Gregson is. Of course. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. Yeah. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. Yeah, still very much racist. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma. But yeah, I think this is a closed trial because it involves the murder of a very well-respected inspector, hence the murder of Inspector Gregson. That is why I think. And Barak von Zeeks is the main culprit of his murder, and we have to defend him. And it's going to be tough because Kazuma is now the prosecutor, and everything is gone tits up here. Prosecutor Asogi. Apologies if I pronounce that incorrectly. Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Did you guess that Gregson was murdered? I didn't. It was an absolute shock. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of his country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. Oh, I feel like we're going to get in touch with the Professor case a lot. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses, but who the... I bet it was the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League are the witnesses. Is this like... Is a building like near where the Red-Headed League takes place? I have here a plan of the room. Oh, this will be interesting. Okay. So this is the plan of the room. We came... Wait, what? That doesn't look right. No, that doesn't look right. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died recently. The door was not there. I remember the door was not there. We came in this way. Where we saw the notice board and the body and the fireplace. How... We didn't come in through here. Who drawn this map? Who drawn this room, I mean? I don't believe it. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. I can't remember what was around here, though. I think it was the window. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. I just remembered Edward's father is Gregory Edgeworth. Is that his surname? Inspector... Oh, no. Yeah, Gregory Edgeworth is a prosecutor. No, the victim's name is Tobias Gregson. Gregson is his last name. There were scorch marks around the entry wound. But maybe, I don't know. Yeah, well. Was an attorney? I feel like he died. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. Is was same thing. No, is present, hinting that he's still alive. Was presents past tense, meaning that he did die. I think it was in one of the cases that shows that. He died when Miles Edgeworth was around 9? Is that correct? Yeah, I think Edgeworth was around 9-ish. No, I am not becoming a teacher. I'm not going anywhere near teaching kids. No, 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 no. That sounds like hell on earth. No disrespect to any teachers, but being a teacher sounds like hell, particularly that they don't get enough payment. They don't get paid enough for their amazing work. But no, I'm too introverted to be a teacher. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Okay, so Inspector Gregson's autopsy report stating that death was instant, resulting from a bullet shot at close range. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Can we see the autopsy report? Tobias Gregson, coroner. Oh, yeah, a completely different. Maria Gorey, Tobias Gregson. Oh, in England, there has been a lot of strikes due to they're not getting enough pay rise or wages. So they're getting minimum wage, I think. And teachers is amongst people that had been going on strikes lately, as well as NHS members, ambulance drivers, postmen and women, trains. There was a lot of train strikes because they're fighting for pay rise. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like in the in America when it comes to teachers, but I can imagine that their payment ain't that great. It's just a guess that it's just a rough estimate that they probably get paid the minimum wage and not getting any pay rise, and that's why they're striking a lot. So coroner is the autopsy person. Yeah, so coroner is if there's like any violent, if the body has is taking any violent hits or being killed violently, then they get the coroner to examine the body to see what they are killed, and based on the dimensions of the injuries. So yes, so they look into the injuries in much more detail. Time of death. Oh, there's no time of death. We don't know the time of death. Interesting. Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The door was not there! The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Crime scene floor plan. A plan of the small room in the building of flats on Fresno Street where the body of the victim, Inspector Gregson, was found. We do need to see that. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No. I don't think so. Let's have a looky look. See, there was no door. I remember there was no door up there. We came in and we saw the notice board and the body in front of us, as well as the fireplace. We didn't come in this way. We came in this way. So something's wrong. Hi, Levi. Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? Sasata, whose side are you on? At the moment, I think she's torn because she really likes Kazuma. She did grow up with Kazuma. But how are you, Levi? How are things with you, lovely? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone, who we don't know, if I'm going to be honest. I'm okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing very, very good. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. Guilty! Who? Who's guilty? So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Hi, Geek Tom. Hello, lovely. How are you doing? Let me give you a shout out. How are things? I hope things are well. What's Gregson even doing here? Interesting. Presumably he was investigating some case or other. I relaunched my website and launched the store this evening. I didn't know you own a store. That is awesome to hear. What store is it, if you don't mind me asking? When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. Wait! Lord Van Zeeks failed to mention that he was holding the revolver. Photography. Ooh, what kind of photography do you do? Is it like modeling? Is it like natural? Or like of different places? I'm intrigued now. Oh, it's great to hear you're doing so well with your new store. Or new shop, or whatever you want to call it. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. Mainly landscapes and travel. They're the best kind of photos, in my humble opinion. They're always so beautiful. I absolutely love like landscapes photos. Product mainly. I'm selling prints. I was like, what are printies? Prints. Do you have them framed as well? So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Who is the first witness? A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks! Ooh! Ooh, he's calling the defendant as a witness. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Not framed. Fair enough, fair enough. Very well. I've missed reading that. I haven't streamed in almost a month now. Moving. Moving! Where did you move to? I hope the moving is going well. Moving is super stressful. I hated moving. It's janky at the moment. That's fair enough. Oh yeah, don't worry, Levi. You could just whisper it to me, and I can check it out on I prefer if you whisper the links to me because otherwise it's just going to get lost in chat. But yeah, whisper the link to me and I can check it out after stream. That's super exciting. So witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barrack Van Zeeks. I don't know why I keep saying Von. I keep saying Van. Barrack Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. Nice, thank you, Levi. I should definitely check it out after stream. Moved to go live with some of my family. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. I hope your family is doing well as well. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening proceeds. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? And yeah, oh, so there's photos of you as well? Oh, that's so exciting. So is it a self-employed thing? Do you take like clients? That is so cool. Moving halfway across the world wasn't fun though. I can imagine. Well, when you like moving to different countries, a friend of mine, they're doing PhD in Belgium. And it's not the move itself that was the problem. It's what they had to bring. They had to bring like 100 different types of bees frozen. So I can't imagine what the security is like with that. It sounds so insane. Live in the US now. Oh, I do hope you very much enjoy US. I would like to go to US. Don't know where in US though. Yeah, there's like different types of bees. I didn't know this. They're studying bugs essentially. They're studying bugs, preferably bees. Louisiana. I don't think I hear much of Louisiana. What is Louisiana like? I would love to visit Las Vegas because I feel like you have to. I know Las Vegas is in Nevada, not Louisiana, but I feel like you have to visit Las Vegas at some point. What else? New York. New York is also on the list. But as an introvert, I feel like... New York is a nightmare. Miami. Miami sounds like a really good place. I'm off to Vegas in a few months. Lucky. Super, super lucky. Going Vegas, Mexico, and California. Oh, I would love to go to Mexico in like the Day of the Dead section. That sounds so amazing. Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Miami is pretty too. Ooh. Oh, Hawaii. Hawaii sounds so pretty. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. Oh, he's smug. He's becoming smug. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Oh, Lord, my lord. Oh. I've seen more of the US than Australia. I would also... Would I want to go to Australia? I would love to go to Australia. They sound like it looks like they have amazing views. And don't get me wrong, I'm not arachnophobic by any means, but you guys have the biggest spiders. Like, holy bejesus. Your formal testimony then, witness. go, the testimony. Okay, we're gonna have to be focused, absolutely focused on this. This is a cross-examination and I'm shit at it. Let's go. I was investigating Gregson and my inquiries had led me to that address. That's the thing, spiders in Australia has like no chill. No chill. Spiders here in England, they're very reasonable size. You're most likely going to get a house spider and they just like to chill on like the corner of the room and be like, la la da da da, I'm a spider, la la la. But your spiders in Australia are like, rah, like, nope. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Oh, I've seen the huntsman spider. Well, not personally, but I've seen a picture of a huntsman spider. Wait, was it a huntsman spider I'm thinking of? Huntsman spider. Oh, it's not what I was thinking of. Oh! Oh wait, are they the ones that buries themselves in the sand? They like cozy up on the sand and go. They like bury itself in the sand. Terrified Brit woman offers strangers £30 to remove enormous huntsman spider. Oh shit! Oh, British woman living in Australia offers $50 for someone to come get the huntsman spider. Okay, I thought Britain is getting huntsman spiders now. Now that's a trapdoor spider. Ah. There was a spider I really, really liked. It's so pretty, but I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, I shouldn't talk about it because there's a lot of arachnophobics. So we'll stop. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Ooh. That testimony was the whole truth. I don't know why I was expecting him to say that testimony was absolute shit. You expect us to believe that? It was. Okay. A man barges in and like, rah, and shoot Gregson. So you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? I mean, think about it this way. If you're seeing a man who is well respected in law enforcement, suddenly goes white and being shot, how else are you going to explain it? You can't really, because you wouldn't think Inspector Gregson die. You go sleep. Alrighty then, Levi. Thank you so much for coming by and say hi. I much appreciate it. Yes, I should definitely check out the link. It sounds very, very exciting about your shop. I do hope it goes well. So do take care, lovely, and hopefully to see you soon. You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. Oh, okay. Then he is saying it's shit. It's a shit. It's a shit testimony, Lord Van Zeeks. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. I feel sorry for the judge. Like, I bet he doesn't get much sleep. he probably gets like sleepless nights from all these stressful cases going on about. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, sir! Let's get to it. Excuse me. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. I shall cross... Oh, no, it's Kazuma! Okay. No, sorry. I like the little things. The facts of the incident. We're going to push him on every statement. I'm not going to miss a single thing. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. Hold it! Hold it! You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Is it the missing husband? Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his time. Okay! The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. Yeah, I was thinking, that's a crime. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zeeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. Well, so, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. Yeah, that does not look good, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks, you're digging a deeper grave by the minute. I didn't realise British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man? I feel like we couldn't. Ah! When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. How did it get in? It's saying it's been rented. Surely it was locked, but maybe the door is really shit. Hold it! Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learnt of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. Okay. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m, the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. Would it have gone down around 5 p.m? I suppose so, yes. No! It would have been darker, wouldn't it? This is just after the clock's going back. I don't know. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside, yeah. We knew that. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. Oh no, Van Zeeks! No! There was a candle above the body and it was lit and you could tell because the wax is melted. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, so I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. Then I entered the room. I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Okay. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I could tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Aha, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? Just shoot Inspector Gregson and throws the gun in the room and runs off. No, that's out of the question. Well, there goes that theory. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. Yeah. I do say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. Interesting. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? That was fired. Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. I'm feeling the same way in this guy. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them has set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. Is it the Red-Headed League? A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force. It would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. Okay. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. He's just a person. The first man to come in immediately noticed a revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Objection! Surely the court has heard enough. Why? What? My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Yeah, what do you mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. Let's prove it by this candelabrum. What did I say? What did I say? I was... The candelabrum. That was I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, Barak van Zieks, the candelabrum. How does that prove anything? The wax melting. Come on, Ryunosuke, keep up. If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. One must have been... Well, the other two must still be burning. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! Yeah. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. God damn it. And now to the next slide. There's more. Oh, he's seeing contradictions more than I can. This accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. He has visited before? That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Wait, the police didn't do that? Yes, that's right. We saw it too. But I thought the police did that. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed. What is this common thread, counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zieks. That doesn't mean he did it. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today. Wait, yes they are? Wait, what are you talking about? Hairbrain is in Germany. Natsume is back in Japan. What are you talking about? You defended them. We know they're alive. Barak van Zieks knows that they're alive. Because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. No! Ah! Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. the Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Well, explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Oh, for fuck's sake! This is too much. Order, order, order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. Fuck. Ooh, Kazuma is good. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. Yeah, I wish he didn't. What am I going to do now? He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable, right? Because he was a defense attorney. He knows what he's doing. That's why he cross-examined. Ooh, that hurt. That hurts. Oh, he's gonna be a formidable foe. Oh, fuck. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Okay. I looked past the notice board. I thought that was a police thing, not a killer's thing. Oh, well, it is a killer's thing, but it's also the police thing. Ah! A freestanding notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to victims of the Reaper of the Bailey. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Do you indeed? Do you indeed? Can I just have a look at this? And I'm definitely in desperate need of a loo. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look, out of the interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Holmes had picked out. Wait, what? Red-Headed League? And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. We did see the red hairpiece. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? No. Why would he? Why would he need the money? He got a lot from being a well-established inspector. So a red-headed League. Okay. I will be right back. I am back! I also went to get water as well. Hello, Calico! Hello, lovely. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? We are just getting into the nit and grit of the case. So do get your tea. This is a very much a tea drinking situation. And now the prosecutor would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Let's go. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. How about you? I am doing good. Doing good indeed. Very enthralled by this case, no doubt. This is becoming very interesting. But yeah, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I did a bit of coding this morning, so I'm feeling a bit productive today. Feeling very productive. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Oh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Hi? Hi? Oh, it's you. So, witnesses. State your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. Oh, she looks pretty, but she also looks evil at the same time. I think it's the eyebrows. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like. Live where we want to live. I could give them all a vacant stare as they will walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. We know who that is. Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Here, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. All right. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. What's that got to do with us? Is that it? That's the 6 pence gossip? No, that's not it. It's gossip, innit? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you in your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Oh, jeez. Namely, the unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under the collar. Oh, shit! I just noticed that. Oh! I know that hair! I think that's juror number 2's husband. Wait. Tell me or tell me not that's the same hair. And the same... Oh, shit. Think we found him. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. Jesus! You fucking what? 6p a pop. What you say? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah! The second is can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Fucking hell! Oh wow! Not the most savoury of ideas, young lady. No! What do you say then, eh? Want to part with this 6p for pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Yes, because that's a great thing to say in court. Lovely. God. Try the woman. Wait, what? Give her the money and see if she's right. Wait, we're blowing up the courtroom? Pay the woman council for telling me to buy the fireworks and blow up the courtroom. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special! Only 600p! 600? She's dangerous! It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Ooh, okay. So are they important? Venus firecracker. The Venus special firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6p each. What sort of a bang could it make? Are we going to... And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I want to try to blow up the courtroom. Oh. Yeah. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're starting at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600p worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. No, she did. Well, she did say that, but we know that's not going to happen. All right. That was a fairly sizable bang. Yeah, but not 600p worth. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like a gunshot. It goes off like a gunshot. It sounds like a gunshot. Oh, shit. That's why it's in our court records. Okay. Think of me. I think all sorts of things. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street. What will go on about me? They call me the observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything? Yeah, problem shared is a problem halved. As they say, I give advice, I do and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. Yeah, no shit. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Excuse me. Well, I'll be bigger than I thought. Just between us. Venus de Milo. What am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. Well, what I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, but playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. The witness's account. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I love how she was just saying that in the courtroom. Yeah, it will blow up the whole courtroom. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. Why is she dressed like Red Riding Hood? If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak Van Seeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folklore story like this, I made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Alrighty then. Let's go! The witness's account. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. Hold it! When you say they, who do you mean exactly? You 3. Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Seeks. I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But you said you saw his picture on the paper. Surely you've seen the name. But I'll tell you one thing, it was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Okay. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. Okay. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I'd have forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that? Does it? Yeah, he's there. Really well red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. Yeah, that fiery red lobster burnt on the side of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, Chum? He was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, we could just show the... It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. Why did he have a wig? And a red hairpiece. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. No, yeah. I wouldn't think he would wear a hairpiece. So why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The colour does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence. Please, counsel. Okay, the photographic print of the victim, Inspector Gregson. His body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red hairpiece on his head. Interesting. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? Yeah, we didn't see the trunk. I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared? What, you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? Yes. We definitely saw him in the dark going in, though. No question about that. Okay. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Oh, shit! I forgot to press her. Seems that maybe that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip could wait to go and see what happened. Oh, fuck it. We'll press him. So, when Gossip ran to see what happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit happy to see all the signs of that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? He was the driver. He was the driver of the omnibus. I am not anybody. Me, the signs are, well, what made me who I am now? I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? Ha ha ha! I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Dun King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Farmstead, just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind a sign. Oh dear, life is full of surprises. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. Hold it! So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was! Kicked the door open like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Zeek's claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zeek claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. It's all very confusing. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barrick Van Zeek. Oh, the fireworks lit up. The fireworks lit up the candles. The accused, Barrick Van Zeek. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself. Oh, what's up? Is it time? Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just two slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. Well, what I think is, we're all nothings really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and so scrambled off on all fours. So that's all I wanted to say. No, that helps. Now we know where the man's screaming came from. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I say that is a very important information. I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We could keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Or if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Yes. I slipped over and got blood on my hands, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. Hold it! You wiped your hand on the floor? Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff, and they might have thought I'd done it. Not her. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's a message from all of us. Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. What were you looking for? I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all. Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor, the blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? I wonder if the pool of blood is the red wig. Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. I was scared off to death of me, so I ran off to find the copper. Hold it! So you didn't run into the room with your friends? I'm not that sort of girl. I'm sorry? I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there. Ah, right. I see. Old Lippy and the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream. Old lady this time. Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honour on it. I wondered what on earth was going on. Which is when you went to find the policeman? An old lady screaming. And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh? Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. So the copper did see the Reaper. It never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Oh yeah, who was arrested? Considering the catalogue of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony. I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zeeks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. There wasn't any blood. There was a wig, though. You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know, but what I do know is that there's more to this case that has yet to be brought to light. We haven't pressed her, so I'm going to press her. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. A fireworks girl said that, by which presumably you mean the gunshot? I saw these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building? That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went, just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. Yeah, just about. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes, it's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. And at that point you ran inside, is that correct? So I'm gonna save this. Oh shoot, how do I save? Hey, escape, you go back! I did not know this! That's good to know. So we're looking for you.
Objection.
No. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Do you want the halloumi? Go have the halloumi. There's also chili jam next to it.
I might have the halloumi and the chili.
That is perfectly fine, my love. That's alright. Have a look at this. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled, almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too for fun?
I'll twist you around.
Oh! Oh, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key, but it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Ooh. This is the... This is a very strange place for the key to poke out. Is it a key? There's a hole.
Thank you for letting me have your halloumi.
That's alright. It's got to be eaten. Did I not look at this? I haven't really looked at our evidence. Ah, there are some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps a bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are already used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Right.
Love you.
Love you too. Enjoy. Is that it? Okay. I've always wondered what the underside of the hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always seem to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? I suppose so. It's a very nice looking wig, though. We saw this, we saw this. We looked at this, we looked at this. Let's have a look. Ah, the pool of blood is underneath. It's underneath Gregson. I see. So I am going to... I legitimately am going to load. So we could get our 5 points back. At least we know escape means you go back. I think we present a picture of Gregson. I've only just noticed there's a pool of blood underneath him.
Objection!
Wait, what? In number of ways? Am I missing something? I'm definitely missing. So I quickly wiped it off on the floor. And maybe he didn't wipe it off on the floor. I know that is a statement that is wrong. Oh, bless her heart. There is nothing there. What? Ah! We found it! Oh, what's this? Oh, and it's upside down! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the colour, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. There is a bloody handprint on the back side. How do we not see that? Because I am an idiot. We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. We're going to present the notice board. But how did it get up there? Oh, I mean...
Objection!
Wait, what? What? How? What? It was correct. Oh, did I not? Do I need to press him first? Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. Nota, and you didn't think that might be a problem? Yeah. Kazuma was like, no, we haven't noticed a bloody hand on the floor. I'm gonna load. Go press him again and then try that evidence again. Oh, because I didn't check the notice board. That is why. You actually need to examine. That is why. Shall we try that again?
Objection!
Ah, I was worried I was hearing the music. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? Objection! If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive colour of blood. Aye, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere. Oh, jeez.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Objection! Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. True. I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you've formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. Oh my god. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the board moving. We're going to save because I honestly don't know what he's talking about. Okay, let's think about this. I don't think there was another handprint. The board moving is a possibility. I didn't really give the board a good look over. Like, what's this? Okay. Don't. Yeah, the board moved. As I say, we came in and immediately saw the notice board and the body. They weren't by the door. So the board moved. We're going with this. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? Yes! This did it!
Objection!
Ah! You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the end of the incident, at the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? So when we came in, yeah, the fireplace was there. The desk must be there. So the notice board was there. And oh, wait, with a candle bar. It must have been there. It's got to be. Can I save? I'm now doubting myself here. Because this big gap is a massive fireplace. And the desk is here. Let me see, it's here. How do I present? Oh, R.
Take that!
Yes! It was right here, my lord. Goodness! No, I'm afraid I don't quite see your logic. I'm disappointed, Ryunosuke. In Japan, we're taught to have patience and respect for our elders. So until his lordship sees your logic, you will know your place and not move from that spot. Shit! But... unreasonable. Try unfathomable. I know my place, or rather, I know the board's place. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. Dear God damn it. I don't know. So it must be here then. Would it be here? No. And it must be in the middle?
Take that!
I am stumped. I am very stumped. Unless it's where the body was.
Take that!
Okay, nope. It would have been here.
Take that!
I don't know where it could be. Nope. Unless, wait, there is a big area. I am so confused. Let's have a look at the court records. No, Inspector Gregson. I wish it gives us a... Now I'm unsure. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna give it a try.
Take that!
I don't know why. Nope. Where the desk is? Oh fuck, I did not mean to press that.
Take that!
I don't know where it could be. Right here, my lord. Ah. That's it.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Oh! Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. Oh! And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would have happened if the door to the room was thrown open with force. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious! My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ahaha! Order, order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. Oh, there's the door! Okay. Into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Okay, I'm an idiot. There was a door. Okay. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Oh, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I thought she was with us. I don't know anything about anything, and I'm just a bystander, just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we had the gunshot. Wait, second years. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. True. True. Sorry. Doo-doo.
That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Quite so, quite so, as the judge says. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Okay, I have no choice. I have no choice in the matter. I must cross-examine. Very well, then you may proceed, counsel. Okay, let's go. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Hold it! Hold it! So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? It's as plain as day for all to see, a smashing print of my right hand. I'm gonna take a quick gander to see if it is the right hand. Yeah, it's the right hand. Just checking, just checking. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yeah, so it would seem.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I suppose we should press her about that. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the priory school just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come.
Huh.
So I've been telling on them, or letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have? Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, we don't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
Oh, that's your little trick. Oh, what a racket. Oh, I see what she's done.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Yeah. Too true of that.
Well, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Hello. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Okay. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Then she would be lying. But would those words of hers be a lie too? or the truth, in which case she's not a liar. Ah. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? Ah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? No, he's suggesting that she's a terrible liar, right?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And now wrap your whole body in fireworks and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. I wonder if she's like the ancestor of, what's her name? Daria. Oh, God. She's giving me those vibes. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Yeah, I'm curious. Oh, blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling bare-faced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Gosh, she's such a bitch, isn't she? Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh, yes, my lord. Of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a peek into the room where it all happened.
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'll take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
All right. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, all right. Just a bit, then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Sounds pretty standard, you know, a girl, you know, curious about true crimes. Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please. Kazuma probably is getting tired of going, the truth. Oh, the music's gone quiet.
Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
You daft bumpot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky in my imagination.
The truth now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much. Ah! So it was you, was it?
You're the one what took it! Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there, that was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago.
The Professor case, no doubt.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it.
I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
Not a chance! I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good Lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when a gunshot was heard then.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
So this is Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day. It's no longer ticking and the glass over the face is cracked. Okay. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. True, but I still want to look at the pocket watch. So it's cracked. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Holmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. Is there anything behind? Nothing. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course! Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Yes, the policeman! Oh, whoa. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh, yes. It's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. The policeman! It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. I mean, we already know. It's the policeman! Alright, let us continue. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, mate. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
Hold it!
Hold it! But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it.
I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo signians. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? She was responsible. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella.
But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry?
Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you?
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort, I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner.
Right, glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we had the gunshot.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's of fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we were all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? I wonder if the board smashed the clock at 5 o'clock, which means that Gregson's time of death is not 5 o'clock. That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates. Of course,
none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Not much to go on. As you've pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, There's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt that there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Okay, so we know the board has moved. It was moved by the girl. I'm gonna save this because she's a sneaky one. She's a slippery little thing. So I don't know. It's me watching you play. I randomly a few weeks or so ago decided to watch the anime. Oh, you watched the anime of Ace Attorney. I have yet to watch it yet. But also, hi Hema, how are you doing today? We are stuck on this. Does something sound like a gunshot? It goes off like a gunshot.
Objection.
Oh, no. Not too bad. You should watch it. I think I've watched a bit of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney anime. And then I stopped for some reason. But did you watch the Great Ace Attorney one? I did not know that there was one. Oh, the firework. I should have presented the firework to the firework girl. Hang on a second. But if it's good, I definitely want to watch it. You do see some anime scenes in this game.
Objection.
Damn it. I watched Phoenix Wright. Ah, I need to finish that. Do you know, was you know who in that anime? I hated her so much. Let's press her again. You certainly know how to lie.
Oh, it was nothing really. Just a little porky.
With not so little implications.
Did you know? Everything in the world apart from the truth. It's a big fat lie. If you believe that, of course.
I'm lost. As am I. This desecration of the truth is really rather disturbing. I think perhaps we should move on to the next witness,
Objection.
I don't know what to go for. You've watched all... How many seasons are there of Phoenix, right? Also, I take it you've seen the... I don't know if I should say it because it's spoilers. The redhead in the pretty pink dress. And she turns out to be very evil and very psychopathic. Oh, I hate her. She scares me. Three seasons. I'm sure I can say the name. Daria Hawthorne? So we know she moved the board. Oh. She is fun, lots of fun. Yes. Okay, so that's also obviously a contradiction because we heard that that lady's the one who moved the board.
Objection.
But I'm so confused about what I need to do. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. We know that the lady done it. I think the lady is a contradiction, but I don't know what to present. This gun literally gives us shit all. Oh, I've already played Phoenix, right? I've already played it. I know exactly what she's like. She is a terrible, awful person. Wait, what? I've already played her. She's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And the very, very last case was exceedingly hard. I've already... Is that her way?
Objection!
I don't know what to pick. I'm on the verge of just finding it out. Of just, you know. I'm just looking at it.
Hold it!
To trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're... okay. This one's confusing. I don't know what to do.
Objection!
That pocket watch is... I'm just gonna go on each statement with the pocket watch and see.
Objection!
Because it's got to be the pocket watch as the evidence. If not, then the fireworks.
Objection!
So we got the pocket watch from her.
Objection.
I'm starting to get so hungry. Right. Oh, what is it? I hate this one. Why does she have to be so difficult? Did we present the pocket watch to him?
Objection.
Hmm.
Objection.
No. Okay, so the pocket watch has nothing to do with it. Okay, the one thing I want to try is the fireworks, because the fireworks sounds like a gunshot. Hang on. I just noticed something. Okay, we have looked over all of this. All of it. Okay, we have. This gun is giving us nothing. What if we haven't done this though. How much of this appears to be a little worse for wear? Let the charm. Shall we try twisting it around and around too for fun? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key, but it's tiny though. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? There we go. Oh yes, it could be. Let's try it once. There's not a moment to lose. It works. I knew it. It's a perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up. That's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Okay. Okay, so now there's a clock. Does that mean I should resave this? Does that mean I go do it again? Let's try her.
Objection.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Somebody should know! We got the clock working. Oh, I hate her so much. She's ruining everything.
Objection.
It's gotta be something. Gotta be something. Gotta be. Come on now.
Objection.
Come on, I'm hungry. What is it then? What's the point of me doing the pocket watch if it's not the evidence? It's gotta be.
Objection.
Oh, wait, what? Did we do it? I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Okay, I want my points back. I want my points back. So now we know. God damn it! So you gotta look right into the clock. Yeah.
Objection.
Right into the pocket watch before showing him the evidence. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. Order, order, order! But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, but it's just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly that hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
Objection! Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Well, how do you explain it then?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. So he died the night before? You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order, order, counsel. That is a most extraordinary claim. It is. Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? She didn't put in the time of death.
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in?
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection, but that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. So some fresh blood could have been poured over the... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Oh, so now you're calling me learned friend then. Okay. I see how it is then. Okay. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. Why has he got a whip? I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with the fireworks.
Take that!
Yes! Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness?
Hold on a minute, are you saying I did it?
Hi, Calico, welcome back.
My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? Would she know who she sold that to? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day. Oh dear, you do? What's the terrifying news? If you don't mind saying it. And sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. You got to sign up to teach a university course? That's great! And it's next week. Oh, what university course are you teaching?
Objection!
That's amazing news. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gunshot or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak von Zeeks.
One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like him.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learnt of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like.
Mr. Nohodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. Ah, no, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. Shit, what proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound? I'm going to save this. Oh dear Lord, things are happening. What if it's this?
Take that!
It's a clock, isn't it? You're suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device? I did think so, my lord. But it's becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here.
Objection!
Yes, by you. Fuck! No! I thought I got it! Shit! Why? This one's hard! Timed. Oh, poor Gregson. Like, there was nothing... Can't see any, like, time device. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound? This? It's the only thing I can think of.
Take that!
Ah, the candles. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes! But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How could that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers and generated a loud This is a lot to unpack. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. You could write a story with this, and this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. No, that is how the horses! All us a lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-coloured hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Oops, I did not mean to... Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say... It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. Yes! In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Kazuma's laughing! Shit! That's not good. Oh, very impressive, Runosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly. I would agree with you. What immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. The Professor case. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well. Counsel, present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? Ah, shit. I don't know. So, the evidence I can think of is either the notice board or the photo. I think it might be the notice board, but I'm gonna save either way. I'm being smart.
Take that!
I can't say that I find it. Other than perhaps that it is utterly wrong. That much you've clarified. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know quickly and swiftly, Judge. Then it would be the photo.
Take that!
Fuck you, Kazuma. Alright. Well, it's not that. Wait. What about the case of finding the husband?
Take that!
How is that not evidence? I thought that would be the case. Oh, it's either the Reaper case.
Take that!
It's not that. Damn it. I can't think of what else it would be. So it could be that. If not, it would have to be the Red-Headed League.
Take that!
So it'd either be the newspaper or the wig. We could try the wig.
Take that!
Oh, it is a wig. Okay. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly coloured hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd, except that is in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? Oh, so it's either the newspaper or the wig. So, you'd already worked it out. Oh, what on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. Oh my god, the 2 red-haired men! My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Okay. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Woohoo! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Yes, to be continued. I don't know whether to continue the trial or not. I am very curious. Okay, I will, but after a small break. So I'm going to go for a break. I suggest you guys do the same. Go to the loo, get some food, get some tea as well. And I shall see you guys in a little bit. I am back. I've got some crisps, I got tea, and I got a little biscuit. But I really want to do this trial. So I hope you don't mind me munching and crunching. Hello, my love.
Hello. How is the strand?
Going good. How is work?
Doing okay.
Good, good.
Love you.
Love you too. 2nd of November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, there you are, though. Welcome to my dear fellow. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. Why is this so intriguing? It's so intriguing. This is the second to last case of the entire game. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Holmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. I think Kazuma was shocked as well. I bet Lord Van Zeeks is shocked too. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. See, I thought that was strange too. Very strange indeed. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate. It puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Scythe, yes. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Holmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. That sounds like being taken in by me, Mr. Holmes. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Don't forget, we're talking about the Victorian times here. Like, £4 right now is not a lot. But back in Victorian times, it's a lot of money. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Holmes is sweet, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? It's going to be quite interesting. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. Oh, yeah? What is it? The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? A very good question. Was that supposed to be me? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuthhound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. I love Holmes so much. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Holmes. Yes, well. Well, indeed. Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Seeks for some reason. It's all so much. It's all too much. And now that Susato put it into words like that. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Seeks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Well, he's slippery, Kazuma. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? I have no idea. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Are you ready, my dear? Yes, she is. We love that enthusiasm. Yes! We are ready. Second of November, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. I'm surprised we haven't talked to him during recess, actually. I would have thought that he would have something to say. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord? Have we summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. They had accents. I hope I could do accents well. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. Okay. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau. I can't do French accents. A descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great familia de Rossi.
The landowners from Napoli.
I don't know this. Oh my god, my accents are trash. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility.
Those who graduate from Demsik are the future. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Oh Lord. I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do.
So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out?
Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is at the charm of the hilarious brothers. The couple?
Oh, he's silent.
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes, Viva? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Geppetto, there it is, the couple's trump card, the forward ball. It is deep, couple. The thorough and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça. C'est ça?
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Yeah.
We're getting the last bit of crisp. Yay. Oh, I will explain it. Another cross-examination. Let's go.
No, couple. Leave it to me.
As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying at the Trevi fountain. Those dogs will Daisy Wood. The world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and whisper, "C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest." The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League.
Oui, Sasha. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls are gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Jesus! And with the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a Costa's orange barrow. Shoot. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Okay. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. The man in the photograph. We are the more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Okay. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Yeah. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Well, with this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. He's really sulking now. I see what he did there. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer? Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, yeah? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Shoot. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord. Let's go, let's go. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
Hold it!
Hold it! 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. The couple here, yes, the magnetismo animale, eh?
Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the couple. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and we take the money. And we take their addresses as well. Oh god, their addresses. And then I told them we take some days to let them know by a post. Finito. Maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune.
Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with?
One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Yeah. So true.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, couple?
Hold it.
He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says the con artist. Yeah, I was gonna say. If between them they interviewed... I don't know what that was. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, signor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. No, seems like it.
Hey, couple, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he's dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the redhead is very distinctive, eh? But when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you're going to give us, maybe then we would recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, Oh. If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, you're posh, aren't you?
Oh, the spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
See, couple, see. I say it again and again. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
I don't think that's correct. I think that was a contradiction, but we only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do, huh?
True.
But we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown a horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Well, don't go... A couple?
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
You You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, couple?
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Ooh. What do you mean by that?
Cavallo, you promised not to say, eh, couple?
After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk? Yeah, Dunkirk, to my companion here. But they bought them for the wrong day. Oops.
See, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The first, the 31st.
Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were an whole day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called Great Red-Headed Detective caught us.
Couple, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh?
Peppino, for the last time. This is not holy punishment. This is only your fault. Oh.
Ah!
Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger.
Maybe I make a mistake, huh? But when it's time to eat at the pasta, no one is a faster.
And I've seen the evidence. Oh dear. They haven't told us much we didn't already know.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. She does have a point. It seems to me like we need more information.
Definitely.
What more information could I want? I suppose I should keep pressing. That's a very big crowd. It is quite a spectacle. Redheads had to come from all over the capital.
See, the couple here, he has the magnetismo anomaly, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the couple.
So they're claiming they do not know the man. Which I don't believe. Did we get the diary? We did not. We definitely need more information.
Hold it!
I feel like they should give us like he doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
actor, con artist. Meant them to remember every face. But he says he has a very large memory. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this amount is in the park.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, the fact that we said the name and the occupation. Oh yeah. So we said his fish and chip, but his name? What if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names? They are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It is not a real interview, huh? It is just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not here, as we have already said. It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. So we should go back to the guy again and press him again. The occupation, because they're after the money. They're more focused on the occupation. His profession. There we go. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph? A detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Ah! He remembers! Excuse me. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? Z? I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good Lord. Ah, we're getting somewhere, Order, order, order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said there was no such man. Madai, what do you think, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta! You beat me at the many things, but not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
Topper,
not. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. They're not talking about Sherlock Holmes, are they? No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take enough nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord. Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, as the papers were fake. Zito Capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? It became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico! And look, here is an identification. So you stole it from the man? He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Wait, what? Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. The identification of a man claiming to be a detective inspector, confiscated by Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi. Okay. Now let us return to the witness's testimony. I want to have a look at this. So, this is a warrant. We shall open it up. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable! This is the real thing after all? Is that it? Okay. Let me save.
Objection.
Yes. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Council? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it!
That is the boss's. No question about it.
It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Zolo! Well, fuck! Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lost something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically, eh? What are you saying?
Unable to? You're not suggesting that he died? Damn, I have to leave the office now and stop listening to this. No worries, Calico, no worries. Yes, do get home safely, lovely. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. I think somebody killed him and then took his identification. No! God, it's like they're about to fight! Order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing. I don't know nothing.
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Oh dear, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Now I wish I had to return to Italia.
Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, oh no, he's gonna stop crying.
Oh, Lord, stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably... I know nothing! I don't know nothing! Oh, the God. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud!
No.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Wait, what? Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case.
We did the mass identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go.
He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really.
If you're talking about the room, okay. This is outrageous! You imprisoned the man!
But no! It was not like a prison! It was very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo?
It was never part of my plan, I swear it!
So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little a day.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it.
No, por favor, capo, it's not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. That's insane! They confined him! And nobody knew about this?
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired. Eh, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right, but we couldn't be completely certain. You've done goofed. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Eh, capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address, Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said. What? You probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? See, we did. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in a room next to ours. Hold it! That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one. What made you believe that it was a forgery? I never seen a real one, of course. But it was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso, eh, capo? It is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside our locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. I know, right? There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. What? What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Oh, it was nothing, just a minor incident. The false inspector, it was a real piece of the work, eh, Capo? What happened? Oh, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him, sir, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Yes. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Oh, what is it? Uh-oh. We should pursue him. What's he got to say? Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Eh? Me? Something Mr. DeRusso just said seemed to make you, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavallo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I don't have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo? Bruises, you say? You wanna see? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? It's the same bruise under the collar of another witness. That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What did you do, huh? I show you and I don't. I show you and I don't. You do. Now! Hello, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. That's the bruise. Echo, you see? It's still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the couple, sometimes he is very rough, and I says that's enough. But what caused that? Was it like a rope? Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we were talking about here. You have my word. Yes, what is your opinion, counsel? About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck? I wonder. Does it matter? Yes, it's important. Another witness has it. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Aye, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Ugh. Yeah. You can shut up, dude. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you really wanted to know. Let's go. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did to me, see? Repress him. Jesus, a collar? Oh, are you saying that red mark was caused by... See, a big collar made from the leather. A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRusso? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong accent. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. God, what kind of relationship is this? You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, though. I would not have tried to run away again. Wait, you tied him to the bed? You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? A treat to the people equal is the capo his motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is a tough, but the capo is a rough. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. So I don't think the inspector had the red ring. But there was a witness who did. It's really hard to see. Okay, wait, I have a magnifying glass. That could be the shadow. It's very hard to tell. But there was a witness who does. Where is he? Yes! There he is! Look at that! A red ring. Bébine, s'il vous plaît. Leave it now. Now you know, the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. He spent the night in a nice room. It was another like a prison, really. Uh-huh. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prison. If you say it that, then I say this. There is something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, huh? All of us. Huh? No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad and it makes me sad. What can we do? Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course. But there you have it. You see, that is why we need the Red-Headed League to fight for the justice. Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhodo. All we did, though, was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison, huh? Huh? Perhaps he has a point again. No, again, Mr. Naruhodo. No, Mr. Naruhodo! You should have heard them snoring. Madai, if anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. Their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Oh yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's? To be honest, I find that hard to believe. My net, Liz! Are you having problems with your internet? Welcome back, Ingmar. Welcome back. Perhaps I should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I hate internet problems. They are annoying. Fuck, how do we present this? We don't have a collar. What do we do?
Objection.
Nope, it's not that. I was trying to say before my net died, but the other girl is not. It's not too bad, right? The other girl? The other girl? Like from Phoenix Wright anime? Daria Hawthorne? Or the girl that I was interviewing in the... The one related to Daria Hawthorne, yes, the sister. Oh fuck, I've forgotten her name. But yeah, she was sweet. She was lovely. This is the part where I wish we could present people, but we can't. She was a little misguided. Yeah, I tried to remember the game. It was a long time ago. Yeah, she got tricked a lot, particularly by her sister. But I do feel bad for her. She tried to help her sister. Yeah, she did. To be fair, her sister Daria needed psychological help. She really did. Like, she mostly does those things for fun, if I remember.
Objection.
I am stuck. Like, I know this is a Pearl had twin sisters? Ah, yes. Yes, that's right. Pearl, Daria, and the other one has the same mother. I think they're half sisters, though. I think they have different fathers, if I remember. But it does make the Hawthorns like cousins to Maya and Mia. Oh, do I present this?
Objection.
No. Look at that! I hate the mother. She scares me. Ugh. She was a spiteful woman. But it's not a nice room. It was like a prison, but I don't know how to show it.
Objection.
Do I have to do it again and show a pocket watch? And show a pocket and try and just present a pocket watch to every statement? Because Sasato's the one that says Sasato was the one that says that it's something to do with the pocket watch.
Objection.
She did. She was jealous of her. I think it's because she was the eldest daughter, but her sister will become the heir of the Fae clan. So yeah, she was insanely jealous. Okay.
Objection.
We're not getting anywhere. It's not the fourth statement. We did try that. And I think we did try this.
Objection.
Let's see what... What does Susato say again? Not much to go on, really. Their testimony does make me wonder, you know, about this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. He would still have been able to wind his watch. So they reckon that Gregson was confined, but how would I show that? And confined to the bed. And one of her children went just as crazy as one of her twins. Yep. And they also work together. And she encouraged that behavior, so... It's... I hate them so much. They terrified me. What can I show? Not you, lovely. What's that? Oh no, those are just... That's just a coat. Those are just coat bands. Yeah, those are just coat bands. Okay. So it wasn't like... Okay. What can I show? Okay then. This is tough.
Objection.
Should we just go over every... Every evidence? We brought this up. Wait, what?
Objection.
I'm trying every evidence at this point. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Is it this?
Objection.
I'm trying everything and it's not working. Why do they have to make this so difficult? Wait.
Objection.
I don't know what it is. It might be the photo again. I don't know. I'm gonna try the photo. Like, I can't see any distinction with the photo. Like,
Objection.
Oh, it is a photo. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only... However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. Oh. you. I wanted to show the other guy. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captive that night. Why are you crying? You're the one who's been held captive. Order, order, order. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. Objection! If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? Whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. The facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi? An imposter. And we know who the imposter is. Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post from the dog with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, it was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was that, the false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I do this time. I do. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? It was him. He has the bruising.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that... one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? what has happened to his lip.
See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? Wait, how did Kazuma not see it? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Mr. Gossip, let's go. Order. Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately. While that is happening, I'm going back. There it is. There's no need to take pride over it. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, innit? You know when you lie, you sweat, right? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Hang on, I will be right back. I am back. Okay, I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. I am something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have a choice? No. We are in we're in bigger trouble, eh, couple? Hello.
Are you still streaming?
I am. I want to finish this trial.
I thought you had stopped.
Hmm?
Was I just making it up?
Well, all I did was go to the loo. All I did was go to the loo. Oh, are you? Are you alright, my love?
I'm good. Just finishing work.
Fair dues.
What are we doing tonight? Just
Ready meals.
yeah, that's good. Love you.
Love you too. That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The inspector and the identification we visited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
It's fine, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing, or why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off an egg disguise with a face like this? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. Ugh. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... a brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Ugh, isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Come on, Kazuma, please be on my side. The inspector and... The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. Yeah, the lips is... So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to urge your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and the neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est sure. I swear to it by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Just really escape being so sassy. It's right, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, huh?
Hold it!
Well, yes. I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. The poor man being judged by his lips. That is what I am saying. For some reason it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street and I've never left. Oh, father, these are the problems, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the red-headed league, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Who knows? But as you can see, my own hairs are not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch.
You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Oh.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Mr. DeRusso. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? Ooh. 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 It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. Wait, what? What? Mr. Gossip with the housing agent? He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing cut terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, and like I said before, you've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the couple is right, I remember it too. It was paying the money with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. Shit. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has a no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. Huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! Ah, how everything comes together. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. He's going to get scary. I can already feel it. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections... Objection! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Think again, Bibino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. Everyone is looking at him like, yeah. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. Yeah, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. I rent the room where that fellow was found, it's true. For what difference? For what difference it makes?
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? Oh, good point, Kazuma. Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man.
Oh, I'm all alone in the world with me. I've no kinfolk or nothing.
He does, he has a wife.
Why would I be involved in something like that?
Hold it!
You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. We found a picture of the woman, hoping just between us that that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I could do but flick me lip.
That must hurt. Looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Aye, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I?
Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel.
Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there.
Lol.
Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course.
You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself? He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size.
And anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all.
See, the couple is right. He was a clean-shaven. Certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Aye, it does and it is.
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise.
Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable, and it's identical to the one that Mr. De Rossi suffered.
Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Because he's in a disguise himself. We found a picture of the woman in his room.
So I'm gonna save this.
And I'm going to show a picture of the woman that we found in this room. Because he's saying that he's alone, but it might be he might be the husband that we're looking for. Ah. Found it on the desk in the scene of the crime. We found this picture in the scene of the crime. This is a woman who came to Sherlock Holmes to say that her husband was missing.
Objection!
Yes. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Ah. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what do you mean? I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says... Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. Objection! How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Objection! But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Yes. Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court? The answer is yes. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. We will. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip? I know what the answer is, but I'm still going to save it regardless. To be on the safe side. But we know who it is. It is the lady's husband. Him, Daily Vigil. Ah, she's so pretty. Man who's disappeared without a word to his family. He was a former chief warden of Berkeley Prison.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in his trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Oh, wow. We're going full at it. This is him. The very man. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Yes, indeedy. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See? There is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. He's got a lot to say. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi in the park was you, disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Berkeley Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daley Vigil. And you were the chief warden at Berkeley Prison 10 years ago? Oh, this is a lot for Kazuma to take. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. We're ready to hear it, my dude. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Berkeley's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Berkeley Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. I can imagine they make a lot of money back then. Very true, to have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented a boon and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orcsies tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offence. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Whew. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Wow. Wow. That is insane. No one has words. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. And at the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me! Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. No you don't. You still deceived thousands of people. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. Well done! Order, order, order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. Ugh! I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. What do we do now? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigo's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know. I do understand that, but even so. Say yes. Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. Alright. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Yeah. Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigo's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Yeah, he said he left, but that's not true. He was fired. He was let go. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. Yeah, that does happen, but it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't
Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. We got something. We do indeed. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Let's go. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction of what Mr. Vigo claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it! We know what it is! I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigo, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. I am still going to save. Okay. It's best to be safe than sorry, but I know what to show. It is this. Is relieved of his post. Let's go.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Violation? Volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Berkeley. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? Oh, he's gaining some memories. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Berkeley Prison. The 17th of June? He's remembering. Was that the professor's execution? Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Please remember.
Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? I feel like it's going to get scary. Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Berkeley like a hurricane. What? Order, order, order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, there was. Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? And guess who it was? It was him! Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Oh, him. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I cannot help you, no. As Chief Warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh, he's remembering everything. He helped the professor escape by faking an execution. Order, order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson.
All of the, well, Mr. Vigil isn't really important, but everyone else is.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
And hopefully we will get to it next week. Ah, that was a lot. That was so much. Oh, so much to unpack. Oh my god. We shall pick this up next Monday. I'm super, super invested in this. But yes, thank you so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope that you enjoy it. Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. We're gonna close this. Yeah. No, oh no, I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be able to handle this until next week. I feel like it's a lot to unpack. But yeah, we're gonna leave it here. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. So much has happened. But yes, I will say, I won't be streaming tomorrow. There are a lot of things I want to focus on tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday to stream some Disney Dreamlight Valley. I feel like that we need some chill. We need some chill. That's what we need, definitely. But yes, I'm going to find who to raid. Someone who is chill. I mean, or playing something mindless. Let's have a look.
Tab season 2 to grind.
Sorry.
Oh my god, even.
Sorry, that is someone else's stream. I'm gonna send you guys over to. Okay, what she's playing is not chill, but it's still a very good game overall. I'm going to send you over to the Wolf Girl, who is also a VTuber, and she is currently playing Destiny 2. So, the Wolf Girl X. Oh god. I'm typing it on my computer, but no, I'm supposed to type it on my laptop. The Wolf Girl. Okay. Later, Hema. There we go, the Wolf Girl. So make sure you give her all the love in the world. Again, she is playing some Destiny 2. And yes, I shall leave it here. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I shall be coming back on Thursday to play Disney Dreamlight Valley for some chill. I think we all need it. But yes, make sure you give her all the love in the world. Do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day and tomorrow. And I shall see you guys on Thursday. Do take care. Bye-bye.